My internet's unstable, so the stream might cut out at any moment. But today what I'm gonna try to do is to study the. So I gave up on the idea of creating the dockable or creating the pop-up for the layouts because like just when I was trying to test something, I realized that like it would be kind of annoying to have the pop-up on the same window that the application is because it feels trapped inside of the application, so you can see the scene as you make changes to the layout skeleton, which was kind of annoying. So I was thinking about changing that, but then I realized that it's probably not worth it to focus on this now, and I should probably just compromise. And what I'm trying to do now is to make the I created another option on the or changed the original option on the navbar so that when I click the option, it shows the invisible tabs. So that way, if you remove all tabs from one tab container, it's gonna set it's gonna set to false. It's gonna set visible to false by default, which is gonna make the components disappear from the or be removed, like not really removed, but it's not gonna show on the scene. And the problem with this is that you can't put anything back on that place. So I created the button just to make the container show again. But what I'm trying to do now is to create another tab, like because the problem is if you create the components, if you make the component visible again, it doesn't allow you to drag any tabs through it because it doesn't have any tabs anymore. So I'm trying to make it so that regardless of how many tabs, if all tabs are removed, it's still gonna have the place to put a tab on, because that way you have a button that allows you to toggle the visibility of the tab and allows you to put tabs back onto that place. So by default, it's gonna make the tab invisible, the tab container invisible. And if you click the button, it's gonna show the tab again. And my idea now is to try to put a placeholder on that tab container so that you can drag the tabs again to that place. And then the moment you drag the tabs again, it's gonna remove the placeholder node the tab container is gonna have. And that way it allows you to just move tabs around, always having the ability to create a space again on that spot. And the only downside of this is that you're not going to be able to change the layout structure, which was the purpose of having the pop-up in the first place. But I might change my mind on this as well and try to achieve that in some way by like changing the structure of the layout. And instead of doing the pop-up, doing on the actual scene, because I do think that way is probably better. But the only reason why I can't do it that way now is because you have to put the drag and drop functionality on the control nodes you put on the tab container, and this approach is not very good. So what I'm saying here is when I put here, the original one disappear or becomes invisible on the scene, so you can't put any tabs there anymore. So this button here that I created is gonna show the component again. But the problem is that now you can't drag anything to this tab container because it doesn't have any tabs. So the question is how to make this so it has the spots of the tab here always, so you can move the tab around again. And the way that I'm thinking about achieving this is by changing the tab container class, because I think that's probably the best way. So that's what I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do now. I'm going to study the functionality that the tab container has to make the drawing of the tabs, and then I'm gonna see if, because I'm probably gonna have to change both the tabs and the tab container to make this work. So I'm gonna see if that's possible. And if it isn't, then I'm just gonna change the dockable layout class. So obviously I already looked into this for the other stuff, and usually on Godot it's gonna be, I think it's not necessary to have the notification draw. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's not necessary to have the notification draw for the node should be drawn, let's say. But maybe it is actually because it's always going to be on a class that is like underneath the other ones. So if you inherit from a class that already implements this, then you don't need to put it. But probably if you're creating the base class yourself, then you probably need to put this notification here. And whatever is inside of here is going to be the logic for drawing the components. So I think that there are three functions. This is one of them, I think. The get height. There should three places I think that I need to focus is the get temp height. The other one is going to be this drawing function, which is the one that actually draws. And the other one is the add child something, which is the function that runs after you add a child to the tab container. And that function is going to be the one that creates the tab. So I have to see. So maybe we should test to see if I change this to a variable. So I can put an out. Obviously, I want to see if I can find the easiest solution possible. So what I was thinking as well is that like the main thing that I want to put is just the place to drag nodes. It's not necessary to have a placeholder there. So I want to find the easiest way possible to do this. But the problem is once I did something a while ago that implements like a tab on the tab container, like a fake tab, let's say. But the problem with this is that when you drag the tabs, it gives a dangling pointer because the logic to move the tabs, I think, requires the tab container to have a tab, to have a children or a control child. So this is the issue. Yeah, so I think the logic of this is the one that is gonna. So what I can try to do the first time is just put a fake value there. So like put an else condition, because this is gonna return, but maybe it goes over this when it doesn't have. Because the tab container is always gonna have a child, which is the tab bar. And this logic is kind of annoying to see because of these values here is very large. Yeah, so I think that if you don't have tabs, just gonna return nothing here, which is probably the condition that runs the situation that I have there. So now I'm gonna look into the. So let me make sure that. So obviously it's gonna be this tabs. I think this tabs is the vector that it's probably a vector that the tab bar uses to keep track of the tabs, and I want to see from the function of the tab container that's going to be responsible for creating the tab. It's going to be the child, add child something. It's going to use the tabs to, it's going to add control or add a tab to this. Yeah, if I finish this quickly, relatively quickly, then I'm gonna move on to the other steps. And the other step's gonna be to study the code editor node. It's been a long time since I've seen that, but I wrote down the snaps file here. That's Godot already implements on the editor the nodes that are relatively the same that I'm trying to implement. So I'm gonna actually I need to create the add content and then tasks as well. Then after that, it's gonna be trying to create the class for the editor, the one that is actually gonna display the files, and then creating a class for the terminal, and then putting them on the scene. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to use these tabs here. So let me look into this. So the first idea that I have is the one that I saw there. I just put an else condition, copy this stuff. There's that way it's gonna show, but then I have to study the drag and drop logic, obviously, as well. Let's see, child notify or something like that. Add child not notify. This is the function that is going to run after we add the child to the. Because this function is called inside the node function. So on the node add child function is going to call this function eventually. So every time you add the child to the tab container, it's going to run this function from the tab container, which is going to make the. It's going to add the tab bar to the tab that the container has. It looks like it just gets the name and then adds like this. And then it connects some signals to this. On tab visibility changed. Let's do this one. I think that this is what the one that I tried to use, and it gave a dangling pointer when moving. So I don't understand why. I kind of do understand, but not really. It's weird because it is decoupled from the, like it makes sense that the logic would break because of the move logic is probably based on the children of type container, and then it bats on the fact that the tabs are going to be synchronized. So I think that's the reason why it's kind of weird. It's like the tab bar doesn't require to have the nodes, it just requires the string. So there can be a mismatch if you ask the tab directly, but it doesn't have a node. It's going to give a dangling pointer because it expects the tab bar to have a node connected to it. I think for my thing, I have to think about. So maybe I should spend time on the drag and drop functionality. Because I think if I put the height, so I guess like should test the easiest thing first and just put the height there. Then I'll go back to the draw function or the draw stuff there. Use notification draw. So this tabs is visible as another variable. because you can hide the tabs, but I think this is something, but actually I should think about this as well. If you set tabs visible to a tab, then it's gonna be a problem. But shouldn't this be the one that is running normally? So I think I'm gonna test to put this to true and see what happens. Because obviously I think that this has to run. As I can see the default value of this. Here. This is gonna be true. This is gonna make a false. So you're just gonna draw the panel, which is the stuff below the tabs. So I need to put another variable maybe. Because obviously, like if you set the tabs to invisible on a container, then is when the container, yeah, but then it doesn't matter because you're not gonna be able to move the tabs. So I think I can ignore this situation. Because if you have if I have a container where the tabs are invisible, then it obviously means it is a container that it shouldn't be moved from the layouts. And then it gets into the other thing there that's like if I want to be able to move that container, I would have to think about the drag and drop logic anyway. Yeah, but it would be nice to have maybe on the bottom I should put like something that allows to move the tabs that have invisible. Because it would be nice to be able to move any type of container regardless of the circumstance. Hmm. Yeah, so this is if the tabs are on the bottom, and it's gonna use this offset here. And then this is the height to remove from the panel. So it draws on the canvas, top position, multiplied by header height. That is the header. Yeah, so the header is the tab height. And then removes from the heights of the whole thing. And so if this is a fixed number, so I think one thing that I can do, I'm gonna look into this from here, and I'm going to put the thing there's just see what is the value that the tabs get usually. Then I can put the value there and test. So I have to see the dragging logic as well. So I'm gonna look into the final logic. So I explained this on other streams, but the way that the drag and drop is gonna work is based on this method that they created, which is from the control node. So it uses a function from the control node. The from object is like the ones you're gonna when you call the macro, you're gonna pass the object. So usually the way that is used from what I've seen is you pass an object first and then you pass the type of the class, which is the thing that is gonna put the callback functions. So the second thing you pass is the class you need to implement the functions of the callables here, which are basically callback functions that you want to run at each part of the cycle. And the from object is where the events are going to be triggered, where the signals are going to be triggered because they are handled by the viewports. And this is something that the viewport checks on the control nodes, which is basically these values here of the control node, which are the callables. So if the class has one of these values, the viewport's gonna call the function that you subscribe here as a callable. It's basically a callback function. And this allows you to implement logic to drag and drop things. And you can use the other thing there to display some GUI element as the elements being dragged. So here they are implementing on the tab bar from the tab container. So the event's going to be on the tab bar, and they have the callback functions on here. It's easier to look for the names. There these names here. And each one of these functions is going to run in one part of the cycle. So this one gets the data. This one checks to see whether or not the data can be dropped. And this one handles the dropping. So this one is the one that is going to do the movements from one tab container to the other. And uses the tab bar from the tab container to do this. Then it puts these callback functions. So I'm going to try to see if I understand how this works. Obviously the point, imagine, the confusing thing is that the different functions can run at different instances of the tab container on different cycles. So one tab container can call this function, and that's how they designed. So one of the tab containers calls this function, then the other one calls this one, and probably this one as well. So the information is different for each one, like the point of view of the logic of the function. Okay, so this uses, I think this function is probably from node, move child, gets the control based on the index, and says your phone. So this is from node. So they do it based on the index of the node. I think this is the reason why they use that internal mode when they are adding the children. They use this internal mode font here. Interesting. So this is the function probably that is going to implement there. Let's just see if is this true. I guess he returns here because the tab container probably already has a logic to reorder the tabs, or it's probably done on the other function from the tab bar before it calls this callback. So I guess the tab name based on this. Got tab counts. So this is the function that is going to move the tabs. It's kind of weird. It's confusing because I think that the function that runs this, that the instance of the tab bar or tab container that runs this doesn't have the tab. So this old index shouldn't, because like it's not gonna, let's say the target is true, has two tabs. It's not gonna have any tab with the name here. So imagine that the index is gonna be -1. So this doesn't seem to be the logic that moves the actual node. You're just gonna update the tabs. And it's kind of confusing because of the relationship between the function, the class, the instance of the class that runs each function. So it's kind of confusing to understand, but I think I get it. The only thing that's kind of weird, so like I guess that this is gonna be run on the function that is moving the tab from. So it's gonna get the index from the tab, and then it's gonna get this one. Also, it gets the control, it gets the index from the control. So because the control is gonna be added on the target, you can use this function to get the index of the control. So I think that, yeah, it automatically puts the tab there on the to node because it's gonna add as a child, and then it gets the index using this. Then it just updates the tab bar dictionary or hash map. So I think I kind of get it. Don't get 100% the details there, but I think it's good enough to. Because I want to see obviously the main stuff that I want to maybe I should. I think it probably is better to just do what I did before, and to maybe set the tab or set the height first, and then see what happens. I'm gonna go over with the debugger, and I'm gonna see the value there. I'm just gonna quickly see this. Yeah, the best thing to do. So I'm gonna go over it one time to see the height that is being used. Then I'm gonna put an else condition on the height. Then I'm gonna move a tab, and I think that's probably gonna give a dangling pointer. And then from the dangling pointer, I'm going to go over the stack trace to see, try to understand what is going on, and then think about like is a solution possible? Sure. Because I just want to have like a something that works to move the tabs through that place. And maybe I can think about like a better way to like rearrange. Actually, now that I think about it, I should probably change the logic for moving the tab. I think that's what I should do. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense, I think. So instead of doing what I'm doing, but then the question is how to do this. Yeah, this actually makes a lot more sense. I just realized this. So I'm going to spend a lot of time now trying to understand. So like the idea that I have is to obviously like not obviously, but instead of moving so the way that it is now is once you move all the tabs from a tab container, it's just gonna leave the tab container empty there. And I think that it makes a lot more sense to swap the places. So if you move a tab container that if you if you move a tab from a tab container that only has one tab, is going to yeah. But then the problem is if you replace, then it doesn't allow you to swap or to change the position. Yeah, so there are trade-offs to this. Obviously, I can put a setting to do this. Now I'm not really sure. I think like based on user experience, I think it makes more sense to swap. No, actually, I'm not really sure though. Yeah, I think it really depends on the situation. But it might be a good idea to see if it's possible. Like, it's definitely possible. Well, when you have only one tab bar, instead of moving that tab bar to the other tab container, you just swap the two tab containers from one position to the other. The downside of this, obviously, is that if you move, it doesn't allow you to remove the space if that's what you want. Because I can imagine there are situations where you want to move all the tabs from one place to the other, and then just free up the space. So obviously it would be better to have both. So the question is, what is the middle way? So the what here? It's gonna be 31. So I'm gonna put a else here. Put height goes 31. The thing is, it obviously might be greater than 0, so I might change just see if it's gonna show something. But I'm more curious now. I have to think about like what is the best way to do this. Obviously, I think that the middle ground would be a setting, but then it's very hard to like figure out where to put the setting, and because the setting would have to be outside, I think, the type container. Maybe not actually. It could be like a variable instead of the type container. Then based on the variable, I put the logic on the tab bar. So like if you have a boolean, it has to be on both. So like by default, it would be the same behavior that it is. But then if you set a variable, then it allows you to swap. Then the problem is like how do you swap? Because I have to understand more how the logic works on to move the nodes. I'm gonna test this first, then I'll think about this later. No, I think this way might be the best way because it is kind of like the same thing. Like by default, it removes the thing, but then there's the button there, and I'm probably gonna save on the settings that allows you to show the empty tab again, then empty tab container, and then I make sure I have the placeholder to swap again. The annoying thing about this is that if you want to swap the containers automatically, it becomes kind of annoying because you have to select the option. It's not very good. I can imagine that it's like something like it's a small thing that it will become very annoying if you like want to move the stuff around all the time. So it does show things here, but it doesn't allow me to drop. Hmm. Because it's still gonna think that it is a like it's not a tab container space. I'm just gonna oops, sure save first. This is probably not the best way to solve. I think focusing here, because this is kind of like a side effect of the way that the functionality works. So it's better to focus on the other stuff, I think. It's just like the easiest solution would be this, but then it doesn't work because it's just changing the drawing, not the logic. So I'll just see on the other functions. I think the main functions to focus on are the drag and drop functions and drag and drop. And the add child, add and remove child. So let me think. So this is the function that is gonna change the tree. So it has the from index and the true index. Guess the information. Then remove, so guess the tab using this, guess the control for that tab using this, removes from the parents, and then adds a child to this one. So it assumes that it's running this function from the chew node. So the node that is the target is going to run this function. So it has the from pointer, and it gets the parent, removes from the parent, adds as a child of this one. Then once it adds as a child of this one, it's going to automatically call add child notify. And it's going to call this move child probably to update the hash maps. Then it sets the information based on the older one. Easier to close everything. Just see remove child notify. One thing that I learned some time ago that I'm trying to use more is instead of using these one letter keywords, is to use two letters. Because so instead of using I, you use I, because then it becomes hard. It becomes easier to search for on the file. If you use only one letter, then it becomes very hard to find the places that have the pattern. So it's getting the index from the control. Removes from the tab bar. The question that I have now is like where to put this stuff. Like do I put... Essentially what I need to do is check to see whether or not the container has no tabs. And then if it doesn't, it puts a placeholder one. But then the moment it has more than one, you have to remove the placeholder. I think ChatGPT recommended you create another class, because this is an option as well. Maybe it would be easier to create another class that inherits from TabContainer, and then I just use that class instead, and then put the logic inside of that class. Or I can try to put here. think probably changing the drag and drop functionality is better. So maybe it is possible to change this stuff. Yeah, let me see. But, mm, yeah, but then it doesn't work. The reason why it shows the cursor with the like the other type that's signals that you can't drop is because of the viewports and not because of the type container. That's the reason why you can change the functionality of the drag and drop on the type container. Just remember that. Because the viewport's gonna see that the class doesn't have it doesn't have a drag and drop functionality. The place you're trying to put, and then it's gonna show that icon there. And then I got into the same problem that I had before. Just putting the drag and drop. So first it moves the tab, then it moves the node, I think. So this has the index files. Let's get in the index of the true node. Index of the true and from. Index of the true. I think the reason why they do this is for the order in which they are gonna show the tabs. And probably that's the reason for this function here. Is passing the index of the true node and the node that is going to be moved from. And it calls the function. Okay, so first one moves the oh, I think I know the easy solution. I just add a control by default. That's the easy solution. Yeah, that's a lot easier. So I add an empty control to the type container and I put the name as a placeholder or something. Yeah. So I add on the constructor and then I set visible to false. Then when you remove, the question is where to put the, you should put on the remove functionality. So probably here, like in the end of the function, I should put an if condition that checks to see if the node doesn't have any tabs. I'm gonna try to do this. I think that's probably the easiest way, true. Because then I don't have to worry about like all the other stuff that is involved on the system that might break if I change. It's probably the easiest. The downside of this is that obviously it's always gonna have the control that takes more memory for the container. Maybe I should put on the here instead. I'm gonna try to. The only concern with adding and removing on these functions here that run through the cycle is leaking memory at some point. Like you gotta keep the symmetry, but then there can be side effects along the symmetry. So the thing that I'm talking about is that I think that the functions that are gonna run every time you add a node is gonna be the add child notify, and the one that runs when you remove the node is gonna be remove child notify. And I think that this is guaranteed to run each time. So obviously what I can do is at the end of this function, I can check to see if a placeholder node exists on the class, and then I can remove if it does exist. And I can check on the remove if it doesn't exist, or I check on the remove if there are no tabs, and if there are no tabs, I add the placeholder. But then obviously the problem is if you add the node, like I think that if I add the node, so I should make it as a member variable. I think that's probably easier to just always add because it doesn't matter that much anyway. Just an empty control with a name to make sure that the tab always has something to show. That's like it's easier and guarantees the symmetry. The downside is that it takes more memory. I think this way I can make it work as well. So like it keeps the symmetry because every time you add a fake thing or you remove the fake node you have to display. And once you remove, you check to see if there are no more nodes. And if there aren't, then you add the node to make sure that the tabs always show and the functionality works. But then the downside I think is if the class is destroyed in the middle, because then you add the node. And but if you add the node, it should automatically remove the memory as well. I'm gonna ask about this shoe approach to ChatGPT and see what it says. So approach add a node and place other node. Or actually on remove child notify. Yeah, if I did this, then I could remove the function that I have there as well on the dockable layouts. Because on the dockable layouts, I'm creating functions just to put a tab so that I can test things. So I would be able to remove the function there, and it would make it easier on the other classes. Yeah, but I'm not gonna use a pop-up anymore, but I do think that it makes more sense. The problem with this would be that if you move I wouldn't have to check to see if the control is a placeholder, because a placeholder can't be moved. Because otherwise you create a glitch where you can always remove the nodes and then it just increases. Like if you have a tab container that only has a placeholder node and then you move it outside to the other one, it would automatically create the other placeholder on the same tab container. Then if you move that again, you would create another one, and then if you move the other one back, it's an additional thing. So placeholder nodes wouldn't be able to be moved. I have to make sure that they are from the class. I think for that reason, it's probably better to add them as a. But then if you add them as a child, it's still the same problem. Thing is, I don't like the idea of having the control node as well. This is more about the functionality of being able to drag the thumb. But I think because of the drag and drop system, it is the easiest way to do it. See what ChatGPT says. Approach true, yeah. Because approach true is more reliable. I think I should test first. So I'm gonna read this from ChatGPT. So, but probably like the best way is to just test, just see what happens. So like I create one on top of here and create here like placeholder control. And then on the constructor, I just add as a child. And then instead of removing, I just make it invisible. The problem is like, so I think the question with this approach is how do you make it so that we'll have to set the name as well. How do you make sure that when you're moving the thing, it doesn't allow you to move the placeholder from a tab? I think I can do this on the so I can get based on the name. The first function that runs on the drag, I get the name of the. Or actually, I just check based on the placeholder. Yeah, that's probably the best way. So here, when it gets the drag data, instead of just calling it, I get this one. Hmm. Yeah, if you return a variant, it's not going to be able to drag. And then on the add child, I put this to invisible. So add child notify. And then on the remove child, I get the counts. I think that's is. I'm gonna see if this works. So when it removes a child, if the tab count is lower than 0, it means it doesn't have any tabs. So I set the. But the thing is, so maybe it has to be more than one because there's always gonna be one tab, which is the placeholder, I think. And on the add child, you set to false because then obviously it means that there's another child. And on the drag and drop, it just stops from moving by checking to see if the node that is triggering the event is the placeholder. So it can't move the placeholder. Maybe this will work. Hmm. So it uses this thing here. Not sure why I put this there as well. I think that's why it's removing. So this probably sets the title of the tab based on the index. So I should set again. And I think it's probably easier. So I'm gonna test to put the name first, like this. I don't understand. It might be a hallucination from ChatGPT. I don't know if I'm using ChatGPT incorrectly lately, but I've been noticing that the outputs are slightly worse than they used to be. I'm not sure if they did something. Also heard some time ago that there's some weird stuff with LLMs that depending on the time of the year, they perform differently. But I'm not 100% sure if you can make the claim because I think it's gonna depend on the way that they structure the models. But in my mind, it doesn't make. It can make sense actually, like depending on the structure of the data. Yeah, because the data might have time frames and they might be doing things with the time frames, so that might make sense. But it is kind of a weird thing to think about, because I would assume that the even if the data has time frames, the experience of time would be different for the LLM, not different frequency. Interesting. So I'm gonna have to run this with the debugger to see. Obviously, there's a dangling pointer there, but it is kind of weird because I'm adding as a child, and the other functions should run after the constructor runs. Delete this shit. Sure. This is very annoying from VS Code. They started doing this some time ago. If you change the file here, it asks you for whether or not you want to override. This one overrides. Yeah. Actually, I don't need to put this stuff because when it crashes, I can go back on the stack. Just the fuck. Or maybe it's because I have to add it like this. I'm gonna test this. That's interesting. So this is a dangling pointer. So either I can try to, I think I'm gonna try to add in that way first, this way here. But the thing is, like, if I do that, then it's probably gonna mess up the stuff there. Because, like, I assume that this is definitely related, because otherwise it would show the tab bar as the first tab, because of the way that the logic works here. So if I do this, I think that's gonna work, but it's not gonna show the placeholder control. And this is happening because of the thing cache, which is subscribed based on this stuff here. So when you define the struct for the thing cache on the class, probably means that you're gonna use the somewhere along the logic to draw the class. You're gonna use this styles here, and these styles are gonna be retrieved, let's say, from the thing. And the way that you subscribe that to the thing context is by using the enums. So the enums allow you to the subscribe callback function, I think, that allow the teamDB to get the themes from the cache. In this case would be this one. And the thing is that these things are set up on the notification. Some of the notifications that is related to the themes. I think it's post initialize. So whenever you want to use something that requires the theme, you need to run after the post initialize notification, because that's after the theme was set up on the class. So I assume what's going to happen is that it's going to run, because it has this enums here and it has the theme cache, it's going to look for the theme on the TeamDB. With TeamDB, it's going to look for the theme based on the context, which means it's going to traverse the chain of the tree, and it's going to check for each node that is traversing if the node has the theme on a cache or it has the theme on the current theme being used. And if it does, it's going to traverse all the way to the top, and then it's going to use the default theme if none of them have it, and it's going to set the value from the default theme, which is based on the classes, which is subscribed on the default theme file, which is based on the icons and the values that they have on the default theme. So this is basically from the TeamDB, subscribe this callback function. This is the node. And then it's gonna get this, it's gonna use this function to get the theme, which gets from using the patterns there. So if you create a new theme, you have to basically if you want to override the style, you have on the new theme, you have to create a new value based on the same values that I put here, because that's the way that it works. So like I think that the thing in strings is gonna be the class, and then the other thing is gonna be like the property of the class you want to override the thing. And this function is gonna look for whether or not the class has the cache, has overridden the value, or is gonna look for the context on the TameDB. So because it didn't set this, it's giving a dangling pointer, because when you add the child, it's gonna run the add child notify, which means it's gonna use the theme, which is gonna mess up because it still doesn't have it. So I think the true options is to either put the logic to add the control or the placeholder after on the notification that runs after the theme is set up, or to put the other way. But I think the other way is probably not gonna work. But I'm curious about why when you add as an internal node, in the way that they do there, it doesn't show on the thing. But I think either way, I wouldn't want to override the logic because it doesn't make sense to display the tab bar on the tab container, because that would mess up all the logic. So probably the best way is to put the logic on another notification to add the placeholder, and then I should check on the other functions to see if the placeholder, or I can do just check. I can do the normal one, the check, but then you would require to check the theme. So it probably is better to put after the notification. So it's on this function here, I think. No, it was a different one, I think. Try to get from this style map. But from what I remember, it was a different function that checked. I think maybe it was the other one that. See menu icon. Is this value here? Maybe it was this. No. I think it was a different function that runs. It's gonna be on when the TeamDB is setting up the values, I think, for the class. I'm trying to remember how does it do this. It's based on the TeamDB initialization or something like that. I don't remember really well, but I know that this is gonna run at some point. I think it runs for each class, and then it's going to, when the TeamDB is initialized, it's gonna run this for each class, and then it's gonna loop over the class and it's gonna call this callback function if the class has it. Then from the callback function, it's going to update. Yeah, it updates the value here, so obviously it's gonna set the value when this callback function runs. The prop is the property that we put there. Is the item name, the type. So it's gonna get this from the cache that the class has from here. This is the type, and then the name of the icon gets from the hash. Type selects name. This is a constant. It's gonna get from the hash one. And it saves this when it's initializing the theme. Yeah, when it initializes the theme, it's going to create this map and it's going to use the other function. The other function is the one that traverses the tree, looks for the theme. And if it doesn't find any, it's going to use whatever one is directly, like it's the closest to the node. If it doesn't find anyone, it's going to use the default theme. There was another function that I was trying to. Maybe it's on. I think it's on another class. It's on the control class, the one that I'm looking for. Because the control class is the one that it's gonna update the themes. So I think it's on the probably that's the reason why it needs to be on the notification post whatever or post initialize. Yeah, get theme icon is the function I think, or get theme and the value. So get theme icon, get theme style box. Yeah, this is the function. So it uses the owner, which is sets I think when is initializing the theme DB as well. And I think it's inside of this function that is going to look for the context. Yeah, so it looks for the context here, and then this context is going to get the themes. So if it doesn't have any themes, it's going to use the defaults. But it probably sets up the values when it's creating the theme from the theme DB. I think it's on this thing here. Yeah, update class. This is the function. Instance items. So this is the one that is going to loop. It gets the class name. Then it loops over this bindings. And these bindings here is the thing that you set with the enums. So the iterator is going to go over each one of them and it's going to call the function, the callback function, passing the instance. And this is going to set the value. And it's going to set the value based on the thing. So it calls the callback function to set the value on the cache based on the thing that the class has. So if you set a theme on the class, it's going to use the value. If you don't, so I think that the way that the order is the theme DB is initialized, and then it's gonna create the theme, it creates the default theme. Then the default theme is gonna set all these values based on the class and the property of the class that has the theme. And yeah, so if the class has other themes, then the theme DB is also going to initialize that theme, and it's going to set whatever values the theme has as well. Then then the control class is going to run that function, and then that function is the one that's on the notification pause initialize is going to call this function. This function is the one that is going to call the callback function that is subscribed through the macros, which is basically that one. So these macros here are going to subscribe this callback function here, which is a lambda. It's going to accept the instance. And then this one is the one that is going to call get theme item from the class and update the value of the theme cache of that class. And then this get theme item is based on the hash map that is initialized based on the themes that the theme DB creates. So if that theme, if you have a theme and the theme doesn't have the value, it's going to keep traversing the tree until it finds a theme that has a value, or it's going to get to the roots, and then it's going to use the default theme. And then from the default theme, if you can't find on the default theme, it's going to use the fallback value that they have so that it doesn't break. Yeah. And then from that value, it's going to initialize the values you have there on the cache. So I think that every time you want to make the values based on a theme, you define this this struct on the class, and then these are going to be the values that you can change, and they're going to be based on the theme. And so I remember now how it works. So I'm going to test this way to see if it works with this stuff here. If it doesn't work, then I'm going to move this to the notification. I'll probably put here. The problem is, so I'm gonna have to put on the post initialize, and I'm gonna have to check on the other functions to see if it exists first. Still the same problem. It is interesting though that the tab, just because the tab is not gonna make the margin fail. So I put this there. Not sure if the instead have the theme changed here. I think put on. So this should work here. Solar control. I'll be right back. It's no camera. That's obviously not what I wanted here. So why is not setting this to visible? And it's not adding here. It's allowing me to drag and not showing there. Hmm. So obviously let's try this one here. Hmm. Problem is when you remove, if I follow this thing as well, when I remove the node, it's going to become, it's not gonna be, it's gonna become empty again. That's the problem. I think not, actually, because it's only when you have zero units. I think this way actually works. Hmm. Doesn't work. You remove. Oh no. That's because I'm using this. Also forgot to do this. But I think it's probably not because of that. We should be adding here. Hmm. It should be one, probably. That's it, one. The problem is that I have to stop intro. It's because it doesn't have placeholder problem. No, but if it doesn't have, let me check when I move there. Return true. Why is it returning true? So this has to run before the node is removed. That's the only explanation. Either that or let me think. This. So let's see. So it's gonna have two children, the presenter and the tab bar. Then it removes the presenter. So when it removes it, you should have one child. Well, the only explanation is that this runs before it removes the presenter. I can put laser equal to 2. Not sure if I like this very much, because it might be unreliable. But I'm gonna test first to see like if the other stuff works. Like if I'm gonna remove and then add again to see if it's going to be what I'm thinking. I should remove from the. Okay, now it should work. And that's subtle bounds. So something is wrong here. Parent node is busy setting up children. So I guess you can't add as a child on this function. So I have to use add child default. But it seems like very bad. Should do this. I'm gonna try to do this just to see if it works. But then I'm gonna think about a different approach. I think the one that I taught before of setting it to visible and then to false. But I guess it doesn't work because like when I but it should work actually. Maybe it doesn't work because of the logic of the like how the tab container is gonna work with multiple children. Like if I set one of the children to not visible to invisible, then it might mess up the logic that it already has to manage the tabs or something along those lines. So we fucked it up because of the tabs there. I'll test again. think I should try the approach I was trying before and then see what happens there. This is also better because then you don't need to use menu each time. So just setting to invisible. And I think it like is a more of a guarantee. So maybe the only thing that was wrong with the other approach is the tag here or the yeah. So like the check that I put there to make it visible and invisible. I'm gonna try the other approach. Okay, looks like this one works. It doesn't show anything. It's probably so maybe I should call Q redraw or something. Actually, I probably not. I don't need yeah. Or maybe it's better to use the call deferred so that it runs after the child. I should use this one as well. Like you should. Hmm. It has to be because of some weird thing with that child. Like because it's using call deferred. So call deferred is gonna push to the message queue. The message queue runs at some point in the cycle. I think it's on the process when it's calling the process function from the OS, which is gonna call from the sync tree. Is going to check to see if there are any callbacks on the message queue, and then it's gonna execute them. So I think it probably is some weird thing that is happening because it's adding the child at that point. That's why I think that maybe if you're using queue redraw, it changes because I think that it only draws once. And probably most of the classes are like this because it makes sense, obviously. So save computation by drawing only once and then only drawing again if there are changes made. So if it doesn't work, I'm gonna use the callback as well. Or call deferred. And if it doesn't work, then I'm gonna try the other approach. I'm gonna try to set to visible, which I think is better either way. So you add the node only once, and then you just toggle the visibility. The problem is when I set the tab container to invisible, it might mess up the. But I think probably not, because it's a different thing. I think it decides based on the hierarchy what you show. So if you have a node that is visible and the parent is invisible, it's not going to show the node regardless. Okay, so try the other approach. Maybe more than one. It's the same thing. No, I think more than one is always gonna set visible to false. Yeah, it should be more than two. Yeah, this is the problem. So I think that's. It should set to false by default. That's the reason why it's showing there. But I'm gonna test. It's probably better to test for Eben. Yeah, so I test. Hmm. Yeah, so now it is working as it's supposed to work. That's sure, yeah. Because I moved the same one. So I'm gonna set to false by default. But the moment that it ends the other node, it should set the first one to false either way. So maybe it doesn't matter that the visibility is false, because it still shows. It's still gonna show the tab, that's the problem. Because I think the tab logic is gonna be different, because it's not dependent on the node. That's the issue. So I think I should change the tab bar instead. But the thing is I have to change both of them. So, but I do think. So why is it drawing now? Maybe it's because of the title, but it shouldn't be drawing here anyway. It should be invisible. On these ones makes sense because they changed the logic on the dockable layouts. But here it doesn't make sense. It shouldn't be visible. I think it has to do based on the time. That's the problem. The question is true. How do I make that tab? I'm not sure. The problem is that the node is probably invisible, but then the tab still shows. But then this the issue is like I do want the tab to show because it's based on the tab size. This is very annoying actually. Like it's easier from that standpoint to make it work if I remove. Hmm. There must be an easier way. That's the thing. It doesn't make sense because the logic of the tab bar is decoupled from the nodes that is a child of the tab container. Like this is the reason why I think that it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, because the tab is always supposed to represent the node. So I think that the whole mechanism of adding the tab bar based on the add child notify on the tab container is kind of strange because it's decoupling them when it shouldn't. It makes a lot more sense to couple the tab bar with the control. Like they should be viewed as a unit. But the problem is like it's not very easy to think about because if you change anything, there's gonna be like a bunch of side effects, and that's the problem. I don't want to have to change the add child notify and all the other functionality to make this work. Mm. See what functions are used here by this one. Maybe you get minimum size. Get tab count. If this variable here, let's see. If I try to set this, let's try. Curious to see what this does. I think what I should probably try to do is set a tab bar on the, because I do remember that this is what I did some time ago when I was trying to solve something else. I just set a tab bar. But I don't remember how I did it so that it doesn't show. But it maybe is like the same logic. I think if I do the logic based on the tab bar and then I have to solve or change the drag and drop functionality, that's probably an easier solution. So like you make sure that the tab bar always has one tab. Then like it has one tab in the beginning, removes the tab if there is a node that is added, and adds the tab again if there are no nodes. So it becomes a placeholder tab instead of creating the container. Then when you drag the nodes, you check to see if it's an empty tab. And if it is, I change the logic. I think that's probably, so this is the direction that I'm gonna try next. So it displays a X button, but I think it doesn't change any logic. It's gonna, yeah. So I think that this doesn't matter what I'm trying to do. I'm gonna try to follow that logic that I just talked about. So add child modify. I think it's based on this thing here. Oh, on the add child, there isn't anything that I need to do, I think. Maybe here I check to see if there, check to see the type size. Or maybe I check before this. I think I should check before. Let's see how to get the type size. So remove this one. The problem is that like it's gonna depend on how hard it is to change the other logic because of this stuff. Like it's gonna be dependent on the control that the tab has. So it might be very annoying. It might be just easier to add and remove a control as a child. Hard because there's a bunch of different approaches, and all of them are gonna change stuff on the like everywhere. I was trying to look for a function on the tab bar that allows me to get the tabs so I can loop over them. But it looks like it doesn't have. So obviously I can add there, but I'm not really sure if that's the best way to go about it. So I think like all the options are gonna be around adding and removing the child. So changing this function, putting a condition, then adding a tab. I think it just intuitively, it probably makes more sense to make it based on around the tab bar logic. But the thing is, it's coupled with the control. That's the problem. The issue with removing is that like when I add again, it's gonna be I'm not gonna be able to know if unless there was a way to add in a specific index. It's like if I do it this way, adding the tab, then when I add the child, it's gonna be hard to unless there is a way to make it invisible. Tab comes as yes, tabs. I just this is gonna return the other one. And maybe if I, yeah, but then like the problem is that like, if I put here and then I think this is gonna break the drag and drop functionality, but I can figure out a way to solve. But the problem is that if I put here, I'm gonna have to put on the add child notify. I'm going to have to remove this one. So when I remove, I can remove from the zero index because I know it's gonna be this one. But then on the remove child, I have to check to see if the tab count is zero. But then it's always gonna be on the zero. So maybe I can do this actually. I want to try this because I'm only gonna add the tab again once it is the zero index. Let me think about this. Because then when you add another child, it's gonna be one. If I remove here. So maybe I try to do it with tab zero. What was the name of the function? I get tab title. I wonder if the title is the same as the name. Yeah, so it is gonna be the text. So the text is the same as the name. So I can do it based on the text. Yeah, text is gonna be the string there. It's because get tab title is equal to drag here. I think I should put this on a name, on a variable, probably. So I'm gonna do it based on name. Yeah, but then, like, how do I know? That's the problem. I'm gonna pass zero actually. Pass a zero. So if the first title is this one, then I remove. Then on the other one, I do the same thing, and the other one I do based on the check, based on the how many children. Let me think of this. So I do child counts equals to one, I think. The problem is gonna be on the drag and drop, but I think that this is gonna work. So when there's only one child, that means it's going to be the tab bar, so it's gonna be empty. So I added a fake tab with drag here. And maybe this one is better to do here. So when it's zero, yeah, I do it in the same spots. And I think it's more reliable. Let me think about this. So with zero here, I'm gonna remove. So the first child that it gets added, the first tab is gonna be this one that I'm adding inside the constructor. So I remove the tab. Then if the child of this one gets removed, the tab count's gonna be 0 because the other one doesn't exist anymore. And then I think this way is gonna work. I just have to figure out how to change the drag and drop functionality. So I'm only gonna be able to test this if I change the drag and drop, because I think that's is gonna give me a dangling pointer. So I have to check to see. Hopefully I could do it based on the title as well, because then I can put the condition if the tab bar title is equal to this. And then if it works, I'm gonna change this should be a variable, and then I initialize the variable inside of the thing. It's better. And then create setters and getters for the value as well. It kind of sucks because of the way the classes work. And I'm not sure how to change everything, or if it's worth it to change. So why is it changing this? It's also adding the same name. That's weird. It must be because of the way that it draws the tabs. But I do remember like doing this before and it didn't do this. But I think before maybe I sat outside of the TabContainer class. So obviously it must be because when it's adding the child, it's not removing. So I should put a breakpoint on the add child notify. Put a breakpoint here. And I want to see if it's gonna break. Yeah. So this is the issue. One of the issues. So it happens on this true index. Pitch on. So obviously, you can try this. So I'm gonna go over without changing anything just to see on the breakpoints or what is happening here. Because I think that after the first child that gets added, they should remove the tab here. Must be because something weird going on. Hmm. I should be able to compare using string. I'll try like this and then see what happens. But it does look like it is, the title is correct. It seems that this is returning drag here. Maybe there's another way to check as well. Hmm. I'm gonna put a simple, like I'm gonna put one letter, just see what happens. I should put two, just the stuff that I talked about before. But now it's not gonna allow me to. If I go back. Uh, it was also a lot. I'm gonna take a break soon. It's taking a lot more time than I thought it would take. Okay, now it seems to be working. There's probably something weird going on with the space. Maybe I... But it's weird because they were matching here. All three of them, the same pattern. So there's something weird with the characters, I think. And now it's gonna give me... Oh, looks like it worked. I think when I remove... Huh, nice. So the only problem... So now if I change the logic there, it's gonna work, I think. So it was easier than I thought it would be to change the other place, the drag and drop functionality. It seems to be working now. Nice. So I'm gonna change the other class just because now I have to change this toggle here. So now let me... I guess I can use the same check that the thing is I have to put a different name. So I'm gonna test a different name first. I'll put I'll try drag here for again, just see what happens. I assume it's probably not gonna work. And then I'm gonna try placeholder after. Then after I do this, I'm gonna do the same check that I did here with the title. And I'm gonna put that on the other class. So get the tab title here. And then based on that, I toggle the visibility here. Because that way is going to... Maybe we'll do an or condition there. I think if both of those things work, then I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to, after the break, when I start studying the other class. So it's probably something weird with the character, or whatever here, for whatever reason. Interesting. And when there aren't any, it looks like it's swapping them. It's just creating a nice. So now let me do the check here. I think I'm gonna do it like base, like try to do it like this. Because I also wanna keep it like this in case there's some situation where, so I should probably put this one first. Let's test this. I want to make them invisible by default, and then when you toggle, so maybe later I put a configuration on this class. Or maybe I should do this before I do the other class. Like so like every change that there is on the layout, I'm gonna have to see. Oh, actually, I think I can put on the notification. I think for this stuff, it's probably better to copy the editor functionality. Because I need to save on a config file like the proportions of like the positions of each dock and stuff like that. So that next time that you open is on the same state when you closed. So all configurations that the dockable layout requires. But before I start studying, I need to add the functionality to add the content node. So that's the first thing I'm gonna do after this. It's not working. So let me. The other thing I was gonna do is comment this out. But now it's gonna mess up the other. It's because it's not. I'm putting on the wrong thing. And because it always has a tab, it's gonna show. Huh. Let me think about this. Like this doesn't have to do with the. Oh, it's this one actually. Not this one that I got from the editor. Child order changed. Hmm. I need to go back because the lines are messed up because I added a comment. So this condition here actually, the one that I have to. So maybe just put one here. This function here basically copied from the editor node, the doc manager that they have. Think about this. I think I should put equal to 1 is better. No, but if it is equal to 1, then it's gonna mess up when you. I need to make it based on the title of the. So I need to create another variable, I think, on the tab container to hold the title that's the placeholder is gonna have. Then based on that value, I do the other one. So I should probably create another function on the tab container that checks to see if the tab is. So put the condition, and then I use the same function on both places. If that makes sense. It's gonna, yeah. Yeah, so this works. Oh, it's not working. Yeah. So I'm gonna do that. Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I'm gonna copy this one. So now I'm gonna create another function that basically checks just if this condition is true. It's gonna be basically, I think, is first placeholder. Then I'm gonna replace this with the other one. And I'm gonna call this one from the other class. You should probably change the editor code as well, because we're gonna change the editor code. I think it's the same name of the function. Update doc visibility. Or maybe not. So this thing here. And maybe it's on the doc manager. I think no. Yeah. I'm gonna see if it works first. If it works, I'm gonna have to change this as well and use the same thing. Should not change the behavior of the editor. The next thing to do is to add the content. So I'm instead of writing the presenter from the layout code, I'm gonna create a function outside of create the function inside of the class that allows me to put a content node on a doc. I'm gonna add as a child. So put and add the get the nodes. So this fucked it up there. Hmm. Wonder why though. Interesting. I think it's probably something on the. It might be here. But maybe it is because I changed the way that it is working there on the tab container. So it might be a problem on the tab container functionality. The reason why it's removing the nodes. So I think that it depends a lot on the moment that it runs, that everything runs. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, but so it is a problem when yeah, this, okay, this is working. So there is a problem with the visibility here. Yes, I'm gonna try to make to go back to this. Let me go back to this and see what happens. Because I'm just removing, like I didn't change anything when it comes to the tabs, to the controls. I only changed based on the tabs. So you should, when you move a control outside, you should still have zero controls, even though it has a tab. Yeah, but then that's the problem. No, because when I flip, I'm gonna flip like this. Yeah. So I think that this way should work probably. Still not making invisible. So I guess that when he has the tab, it still thinks. Oh no, it's because it's doing based on the tab count. I should do it based on the children. I get child count is greater than 1. I think I'm gonna try like this. Should always have 1 because of the tab bar. So greater than 1 means that there are control nodes, content nodes, and equal or lower than 1. It is the tab bar. Okay, just move back. Nice. Hmm. Interesting. Let's do this. Move back. Nice. So I think that I made it. Nice. It seems to be working now. Yeah. So this way is much better because I can always get the tab again. Boom. Nice. Pretty happy about this. So now I'm going to add a function to add the content. Oh, I need to change on here. I'm just gonna put the same condition from here. And then I'm gonna add the function here. I'm gonna do below this one. So the function is gonna receive. I thought about this before, but I'm not sure which one makes more sense. Sure, receive the node first, and then the index, or the index first. Not that it doesn't make a big difference, but just trying to think about which one is more intuitive. I think probably putting the index first makes more sense because if I put the index later, it's gonna be more similar to the normal add child, which I think it might be more confusing because it's gonna imply that it's an optional thing. So I think that might be better to put the index first to make it explicit that you need to specify which index it is. So I'm gonna pretty sure that's gonna work there. It's better to see this now. That should be external because I'm only gonna add these nodes outside of the when I'm building this thing. This might be annoying depending on the way that it works, but I think it's gonna be fine. Because it's basically the same as the presenter there, just a different way to add. Actually, it might be. So I think I should probably make it based on the dictionary. Hmm. No, it shouldn't because I'm adding them to the hash map as well. So it doesn't matter. I'm gonna try it like this first because I think it's better. Fuck. The last thing that I'm gonna test before I take a break. I think it might fuck up because of public. So I'm gonna test on the other docs as well. So if this one works, I'm just gonna put the probably one more, just the true. Yeah, so it is working the same way that was working before. This one is weird. So I think there's something going on when there's more than one. But yeah, so I think that this is a problem. That is weird actually. So I'm not really sure how to test this now. 'Cause the problem now is that it changed the layout, so we can't go back. Huh. That's very strange. Oh, but maybe it is the same. Because now I'm back to the way that it was before. Huh. So depending on the order which you do this, I think that it just seems that it seems that the layout is different, but it's actually the same. But it changed the structure because of the way that the order that I did. That I removed the tabs. So like if I remove from here, yeah. Huh. But that's actually, it might be better this way actually. But it is still the same like layouts actually. I think it doesn't matter that much. I'm gonna leave it like this. It's not that big of a deal. So I'm gonna test with the true index and then I'm gonna take a break. Then the next thing to do is to study the nodes, I think. Implementing try will allow for changing blah blah. Different controls. I should probably use another control. But I think it's gonna work. I don't see why it isn't, so I think it's probably not necessary to test with other controls. Maybe the tab container. Yeah, I should test with tab container. Because I'm making the logic based on tab containers. This might be a problem. So I'm gonna test, I think the tab container is interesting and the split container maybe. So to add as a child here, should see how it's gonna work. Yeah, I think it might be a problem because I'm not sure if this is a bug or a feature though. Like if you have another tab container, if I add as a child, it's gonna allow me to swap the original tabs on the layouts with the ones that are parts of the control. But it might be better this way because then we have more flexibility from the original one. But I'm not really sure if that's a good thing or not. It seems that it is working. Oh, the other thing that I realized from doing the pop-up is that it might be better to just leave without minimum size because it's a lot better when you can like push all the way and you're not limited by anything. So I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah, that's actually very nice. So I'm gonna test with the tab container before I take a break. And also the other interesting thing to test is if I add them to the same spots, what happens? Or if I add the same node to two different docks, that might be interesting to test as well. I might complain because I don't remember if I have. Yeah, I think it's gonna complain that I don't have the thing. Like one thing that I I've been thinking is the file system presenter. If I have two instances of the file system presenter, and then I set different routes for both of them, like how I'm going to, because the way that the navbar it works now is gonna set both of them, I think. So there isn't a way for me, but I guess this would be on the icon sidebar. So this is another thing I have to test, is when I have the icon sidebar, like when I have other nodes changing the visibility of the tab containers, the docs, I think it might mess up the other functionality. Not sure though. And the multiple presenters is kind of hard as well to think about. I think it's gonna be on a case by case basis. But I think that the problem with this is that it depends on the like it depends on the application you do, but at the same time you're forced to design like because the classes are designed in this way. I'm kind of forced to put the logic inside of the class. So I guess like what I have to do if I want to use true file system presenters is change the logic of other classes so that I know which file system presenter to change the root from. Because I do think that I'm probably gonna use two different file systems on the same application. It would be better to be able to do this. But I think I should probably think about this after I implement the other stuff. Because I want to get to the point where I have the other stuff. And I think I'm gonna get to that point first, build this thing the way that I'm thinking about. Then once I get to the points, because there's still like a lot of stuff to do. So interesting. Let me think about this. So because I didn't add any child to the one inside, it doesn't allow me to drag here because it doesn't have. So this is perfect actually. Yeah, so it doesn't change anything, I think. It's just like another node. Let's put here, go back. Yeah, so this is fine as well, I think. This makes me think that there might be a way, but I think it's not worth it. Like to implement the drag and drop to change the layout, there might be a way to use type containers inside of other type containers, and then I put the events on that type container. Then like implement the logic through there, but I think that is not worth it probably. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna take a break now. I'm gonna remove this. And now I'm finally going to focus on the, so I'm pretty sure that for this part, I did what I wanted to do. Yeah, I'm gonna remove this from here. Search change our sidebar because, yeah, I guess I need to test this one first though. So I'm gonna put the icon sidebar there first to see how it's gonna work because the icon sidebar has logic to determine or to create a file system. Actually, I remember that I had to change the icon sidebar because of the way that the layout's gonna work. So this is the reason why I put there that information. Like here, I had to set to doc0 the name, and it works based on the so like the icon sidebar is gonna control whatever I have the name here, and I need to think about how I'm going to make this happen. Also, I need to create the get doc. I'm gonna do this now. So add child doc and get doc node. It's here. Because I'm probably gonna use this to on the other one. So I can synchronize them from outside. I get the doc based on the index, and then I add this to the same place. So I create I index outside of here, and then I use the same index. But then, like, I don't need to use the same index. Let me think of this. Yeah, whatever index I use to for the icon sidebar doc, I don't need to add because the adding logic is gonna be inside of here. So it's gonna use this target name. But I have to spend more time thinking about this, whether or not I can improve this. Because the problem here is that it depends on the thing. So like I could see, I think I need to figure out how to couple yeah, this is the thing that I was thinking about when I was creating the layout pop-up. Is to couple the logic of the icon sidebar with the layouts. So like put this together with the layouts instead of making a fixed thing. But then I can make inside of the layout like fixed parts, and then I can synchronize inside of the layout. This is one option, obviously. And the question is, does it make sense to put everything as a part of the layouts? Like have fixed parts? It's kind of hard to know. I'm gonna take a break. So after the break, I'm gonna spend some time thinking about this. Then once I figure this out, I'm going to. I think it doesn't make sense to couple though because of the drag and drop functionality. But actually, maybe. No, but then I would have to put. I guess I can put inside of the icon sidebar the drag and drop functionality. Yeah, it doesn't have to be coupled with the. Like the problem, I have to clarify the fundamental problem, which is the underlying principle of like how the classes are going to connect with each other. Like what will be the best way. This is basically the question, I think. Like I need to find an approach to make this reliable all the time. And then I think I can leave the fixed nodes on the scene outside of the layouts, and then like make the dockable layouts a standard of split containers with tab containers. I think that's probably a lot better. And whatever parts of the scenes I want to make it independent of the layout, just add outside of the layout. And then whatever region of the scene I want to make it rearrangeable, I just add the layout node to that part of the scene. I think that way is probably better. The only problem is that I have to find this connection between the external parts of the layout and internal parts, and what is going to be the best way to make the bridge between them so that they can synchronize each other. And I think it's obviously going to be like involved with signals or something like this. So I'm going to think about this, and after I think about this, I'm going to start setting this code editor node. So I'll be right back. Probably 20 minutes. I'll be right back. Okay, so since I'm already very tired, I'm going to do 20 minutes more and then I'm gonna stop streaming. And I'm going to maybe 30 minutes, which study the thing there, and then I think about this I could set the bar stuff later. Should probably open here or search for. As far as I remember, this is a node. This is the node on the editor that is supposed to create the parts of the files. Here's a different name. The script file editors. I want to search for the other one. So I'm gonna open the editor and I'm going to search for tooltips. I do remember that there was something weird with the name, so I guess I wrote the wrong thing when I was looking over this. But I think I was going over based on the constructor. Maybe it's breaking because of something. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to go over with the debugger. It's probably something related to the type containers. I'm pretty sure that the file stuff is a plugin, so the stuff that the class that creates the actual files. And I think when you double click the files, it does that. You're probably gonna. So like the thing is for the code editor, I'm gonna have to review the file system presenter as well because they're gonna have to communicate, which is another problem. Because I'm not really sure how that's gonna work. So I'm probably gonna look into the file system doc to see how they do it. And maybe this is the best thing to do actually. Should go. So I'm gonna test. At first I have to see what is going on with this. Script editor debugger. Hmm. How the fuck are these things connected? It's pretty weird that it is the same node that I was gonna study. It's probably because of this thing here. It's not tabs visible too fast. Obviously, the easiest thing to do is to comment this out and see what see what happens. It has to be something that this does that is different from the stuff that I have. So imagine that the only explanation is gonna be this thing here, the tabs visible. And I do remember that I think I said this as well that this would be a problem, but then I thought that it wouldn't be because of the control nodes or something like this. So I think it's likely that it is this, but maybe it's something else. It's also so it's adding this style override here. Might be something with this as well. It's like why wouldn't it have the tabs? Like how does the changes that I made would change this? Maybe if I put something on the destructor as well. I think I also need to remove the notification post initialize. Maybe because of this. But I wasn't doing anything there, so It's because of this. It's because of this thing here. Obviously, I think that if I change to 1, it's going to work. But I'm thinking whether or not I should try to do another thing. I think what I should do is to change the logic on the tab bar so that I have a specific tab for this. But yo, thank for the follow. Or yeah, I'm not reading the messages just to let you know. You know, the only problem with this is that I'm not really sure how much work is gonna take to change everything. I think it would be kind of annoying because I would have to change. Maybe I go function by function. It's like the concern that I have is that it's not gonna be very reliable on the other one. Because I think that the original purpose of the tabs was to keep track of the control nodes that the tab container has. So I would have to change this logic as well. From like a pure like if I could do it, if I could snap my fingers and it was done, then I definitely think it's better to separate them. So like I create a separate variable or something like this that is just the specific tab for the placeholder. I think that's better I'm 100% sure that it is better to do this way, because then it doesn't interfere with the rest of the functionality. And then what I have to do is go over the tab container, and I have to see the places where it uses tabs functions, and see our tab bar functions, and see if those functions use tabs. And the place that it uses tabs, I need to change the logic so that I check to see if there is the special tab that I put here. But obviously the problem is that I'm not sure how annoying it's gonna be to change everything. But maybe I can copy the functionality. Like I can put inside of here, if tabs is empty, I just copy what they do here for one tab. I put this on a function. Honestly, I think I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna do it off stream. Like if I did that, then I do still. I think that I still need to make it as an option, but then I would move the. You would just create another function to add and remove the tab, the special tab. But I do think that I still need to make it as an option because it needs to follow the cycle of the tab container. So I can't. So I'm gonna test to see if I put one, if it's going to solve. Put one here. Because the reason why I think is breaking is because it gets the first tab, which is the one that I'm putting there now. But actually that's kind of weird because oh no, I'm doing inside of the tab container, yeah. So it's gonna get the first one. And the first one doesn't have a node. But this one should get the control zone. So maybe it's something else. It might be something else actually. So I'm gonna step over or step intro. I didn't have any controls here. But the stuff that I did shouldn't change this because it's not adding anything. So it's probably not this thing here. No, I think no. But if it was that, it wouldn't be able to call the function. Maybe it's because the object casts here. Because I'm pretty sure that it is returning a null pointer based on the. Then how does it call the function? It might be because of the cast. I think that because there is probably a mismatch between the index, but like 0. Like this doesn't have anything to do with the tabs. We'll go over again, just I'm gonna do what I said, which is to change. I think I should create another function on the tab bar. Create another variable, then setters and getters, and then just copy the functionality for the tabs. To initialize one tab, then I make that tab separate from the other ones. Then on the functions the functions that the tab container uses from the tab bar, I change the logic so that if the tab bar is set, then it's going to do what you would normally do for each tab that it has. Then I can simplify the other function that uh, checks to see whether or not and I think it's more reliable as well because of these kinds of things that if I make them together, there's more room for mistakes or for stuff like this happening because I'm relying on the placeholder tab having the 0 index. So if I change, I think that's gonna be a lot better. So on the debugger now, it has this. And the third debugger node has tabs. So I guess this is supposed to be 0 initially. This is supposed to be 0. Oh, this is why. So yeah. So it's not supposed to run this. So if I change this to 1, I think it's gonna work. I wanna test if I change this to 1. But I'm gonna do the other stuff that I saw before. I'm not sure what this is supposed to do, but so I think like the purpose of this stuff should bind the tab bar. It shouldn't have anything though. So it should probably be binding to 0, and then you shouldn't set this style there. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Same thing, like it's getting from the 0. This J is probably 0 here. Yeah. It doesn't have the control. So I'm gonna stop streaming now, and I'm going to solve this off stream. It's just better approach. And so basically what I'm gonna do is to like try to achieve the same thing, but create another member variable on tab bar, and then create functions to add archsets and remove the special tab. Change functions dot draw or dots lie on tabs to check for special tab. If special tab exists, do stuff as it would normally do. That's what I have to do. So that way it's gonna keep the functionality for my stuff there. And for the other stuff that the editor uses, is gonna keep the same. And I have to find, like the problem now is that I can't, I don't want to go back to the other way, and I don't want to change a bunch of different places that might break. So I can't open the editor to look for the descriptions and tooltips and stuff like that to find this class again. So once I solve this, and also I have to think about this off stream. Yeah, so next time I'm gonna continue to follow these steps here, create the nodes and create the scene, and try to solve this off stream. But if I can't, then I'm just gonna do it next stream. So see you then.